Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Well, it rained earlier, and when there's rain, well, it's usually followed by a rainbow. So the Yankees are hoping that their streak right now leads to rainbow times. Time will tell, but it is time for baseball as Benjamin Moore presents the Wednesday game of the week. Tonight, the New York Yankees against the Chicago White Sox in the third game of a four-game set from Guaranteed Rate Field in Chicago, Illinois. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees Baseball, along with John Flaherty. I'm Michael Kay. Well, these two teams have split the first two games, and yesterday would fall under the heading of one of the toughest Yankee losses of the year.
Well, it really was. When you have a lead late, your bullpen blows it, it's going to be a tough night. Gary Sanchez in the top of the eighth inning, a huge double to right center field, drives in a few Yankees, including Aaron Judge, a 3-1 lead at that point. But the bullpen had its troubles, a lot of walks. Clippard makes a huge 3-2 pitch when he had to in the eighth inning, the Yankees leading by 1. Dellin Betances comes in for the save. He walked a few, hit a batter, and then Jose Abreu, the hanging curveball, drives in the winning run for the Chicago White Sox. Tough night for the New York Yankees.
Well, we talked about the rain for the Yankees. It's been the last 14 games. They're 3-11, and the bullpen has been the culprit. 1-6. Look at the ERA. Only the Rays have been worse since June 13th. They have 6.13 walks per 9 innings. Not good. Opponents hitting .283 against them, and 7 home runs allowed. That's got to be turned around. Speaking of pitching, tonight's pitching matchup brought to you by People's United Bank, NA. Carlos Rodon is going to come off the DL. He's had bursitis problems in his left shoulder, so this is his first start. You see what he did last year. Masahiro Tanaka for the Yankees coming off one of his best starts of the season.
Yeah, he went head-to-head with Yu Darvish his last time out through 8 quality innings, outstanding innings for Tanaka. And the one thing you notice about that ball game, he was elevating the fastball up in the zone, really changing planes, going down with the slider. Again, elevate the fastball. Had 9 strikeouts in this ball game. The split finger, always a huge pitch for him. But maybe Tanaka found something in that last outing, elevating the fastball. We'll see if he brings that game to Chicago.
Well, he's got a new guy in the lineup, too. Joe Girardi has said this is the month of the 22-year-olds. Miguel Andujar is in the starting lineup. Meredith Moragovitz and Joe Girardi talk about Andujar next, right here on Yes.
The hits keep on coming when it comes to injuries for the Yankees. Matt Holliday officially placed on the 10-day DL. He's heading back to New York for some more tests. Joe Girardi saying they believe it's some type of viral infection that he's suffering from. Meanwhile, Miguel Andujar has been called up from AAA. I sat down with Joe Girardi to ask him more about tonight's DH.
He's been swinging the bat really well. He had a great first 2 months in AA. He's played well in AAA. He has power. You know, he has the ability to hit the ball to all fields. So we thought we'd put him in as a DH today and see what happens.
Is that the plan for him? Most likely DH more often than not, or will he play the field as well?
We're going to go day by day to see, you know, what we need. That's kind of been the flavor of the month. What do we need today, and who's available? So we're just doing it today in a sense. We're facing a left-hander. I thought I'd get him in there.
Also noteworthy, Tyler Austin not in the lineup, so it'll be Austin Romine at first base. Joe Girardi saying that hamstring issue may be a little more serious than they originally anticipated. He may go for some more tests as well. Plenty more to come here on the Yes Network. When we get back, Michael Kay will be joined by John Flaherty in the booth.
Benjamin Moore, only available at independently owned paint and hardware stores. Benjamin Moore, paint like no other. By NYA Langone Orthopedics. And by Infinity. Empower the drive. Visit your tri-state area Infinity retailer for a test drive today. Well, there was some rain. They were taking the tarp off, so we'll be delayed by about 5 minutes. So we should have baseball in a moment. The field is clear. The sky looks okay. And we'll have game 3 of this 4-game set. Well, they say that necessity is the mother of invention. And with all the injuries the Yankees have, they have to invent themselves as a young team. And I think that these young guys that are being called up, they're highly thought of, John, but this is not when they wanted to bring them up.
No, they're, you know, obviously the injuries now, your hand is kind of forced to bring some of these young players to the big leagues. And Joe Girardi always talks about it. It's opportunity now, right? You got Tyler Wade. We saw him last night. He had a couple of good at-bats, hasn't gotten his first big league hit, but scored a run. And then you got Andujar coming up here who's going to get a chance to swing the bat tonight as the DH. So I think he snuck up on some people, swung the bat really well in AA, short promotion to AAA. So what's Joe Girardi's famous line? It's not what you want.
It's not what you want.
But it is what it is. And, you know, these kids are going to get a chance to show what they can do at the big league level.
And some good news and some bad news on the injury front as we move forward. Let's bring in Meredith Marakovitz. So you've got some news on Bird, Warren, and CeCe.
Well, Michael, we'll start with the good news. Adam Warren threw a bullpen today, 20 pitches, felt fine. He'll probably throw another side in a couple days, and then he could be back. He said originally he did not think that they would send him out on a rehab assignment. Time will tell whether or not they think he needs to get in a real game before coming back. And CeCe Sabathia was supposed to throw a simulated game today. However, because it was raining, they decided to push him back to tomorrow. So tomorrow he'll throw that sim game, and then from there they'll make an evaluation. But Sabathia told me the other day he doesn't think he'll need to go out on a rehab assignment. So you can see both of those guys sooner rather than later. Now, interesting news. I sat down with Joe Girardi for the pregame show, and he told me that there is concern within the organization that Greg Bird does not make it back this year. And that's even more alarming considering that Tyler Austin is having some hamstring issues right now. So you see Austin Romine in there at first base, but they thought Bird would be back and Tyler Austin would play until then. Now they could have to think a little bit more about what they are going to do with that first base position.
Well, Meredith, thank you. And John, it kind of makes sense what Chris Carter chose to do. He accepted an assignment down to AAA, and if the injuries keep happening, I think you'd rather have Chris Carter at first base than Austin Romine.
Yeah, I mean, Austin Romine is not going to be a first baseman. He's an emergency type guy who did a good job last night. But you're right, Chris Carter, I'm sure when you have that situation in front of you, you look at your opportunities around baseball, and it probably all pointed back to the New York Yankees with Greg Bird struggling to get back from that injury. I don't think he probably knew anything about Tyler Austin and the hamstring. Maybe he did. But you feel bad for Tyler Austin now, right? I mean, he was going to get his chance to show what he could do at the big league level, and now he's battling a hamstring problem.
Boy, for a team that's 10 games under 500, the White Sox have some fun. They really do, and good for them. They had fun last night with the walk-off win against the Yankees, and the Yankees have had 3 of them over the last 10 days, walk-off wins against. That's not a good thing. And you know, John, you look at the fact they've lost 11 of their last 14. Their bullpen has really been beaten up, and you know, you're still waiting on Warren, although Meredith just gave some good news. The Yankees started the season 21-9, which is phenomenal. But since that point, over a longer stretch, John, they're 20-25. So things have to get right, or they're declaring themselves as a team that will say that the beginning of the season was not the real part of the team.
Well, there's a look at the numbers you're talking about. But, you know, the first 30 games and probably the first 2 months of the year, you know, they were healthy, and now all of a sudden the bullpen ERA up over 4 because they've been overused. Joe Girardi very diligent about not overworking some of his guys, or trying not to, but now the injuries set in. Now you have a tired bullpen, and really a lot goes on Tanaka tonight to follow up his great outing against Texas and give the Yankees some length here in Chicago.
And John, you've been in the game forever, and in all professional sports, well, next guy up. Next guy up. You can't use injuries as an excuse. But you can. You can't say it, but you can't lose Castro. You can't lose Holiday. You can't lose players like that and a long stretch Jacoby Ellsbury without having it affect you.
No, it affects you, and if you're in that clubhouse, you know what the reality is, but you can't verbalize it. You have to just say, we have opportunities, we have to get it done, find a way.
All right, so the White Sox have taken the field. The Yankees will try to find a way tonight. So why don't we take a look at the Yankees starting lineup, which is presented by Lexus, and it's got a lot of those young kids we spoke about in there. Brett Gardner's in center field leading off. Batting second, the right fielder Aaron Judge. Gary Sanchez will catch. He'll hit third. Cleaning up the shortstop Didi Gregorius against the lefty. But look at his numbers against lefties this season, .362. Chase Headley at third base will bat fifth. Batting sixth, first baseman Austin Romine. Miguel Andujar, the DH, will bat seventh. Batting eighth, making his first big league start, left fielder Tyler Wade. And then you've got Ronald Torreyes at second base, batting ninth.
Well, that young lineup for the New York Yankees is going to face the left-hander Carlos Rodon, starting his warm-up tosses. Look at his numbers from last year, because this is going to be his first big league start this year, his 29th game. Or 29 games last year, and we're going to look at our pitcher scouting report, which is brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. Welcome back. He had some bicep bursitis. He had 4 rehab games. They didn't go real well, but he's going to get his first shot back in the rotation now, and he's got strikeout stuff. 307 strikeouts in 54 games as a White Sox, and that's the most by any White Sox pitcher. And the Yankee numbers are not great. A 1-2 record, but the ERA at 9.64 and a .391 batting average against. So Rodon trying to get it turned around against the New York Yankees.
Former first-round draft pick. We'll see what he does in his first start back. Let's take a look at the defense behind him, presented by Geico. You've got Cabrera in left, Engel in center, and Garcia over in right. Infield, it's Frazier, Anderson, Sanchez, and Abreu. That's third to first. Narvaez is behind the plate, and Rodon is on the mound. Well, Andujar, 22 years old, and Joe did say this is the month of 22-year-olds, and he's had a, you almost have to spoon feed these kids. Yesterday, Tyler Wade, pinch hit, drew a walk, scored a run, so he had his feet wet. But Andujar starts the season in Double-A. His heart must be beating right now as well.
And he gets an opportunity against a left-hander. I'm interested to see Tyler Wade tonight. He had a couple of good at-bats last night, scored a run. See what he does in his first big league start.
Yankees are 41-34. They're a game behind the Red Sox in the East, and the White Sox are 33-43, 10 games under 500. So Gardner is ready. Rodon is ready. Let's do it here in Chicago. First pitch is a strike. We're underway. Hunter Wendelstedt, the home plate ump. John Lipka is at first, Alan Porter at second, and the crew chief Joe West is over at third. Now, here's a stat that will tell you that the New York Yankees have become kind of a pediatric wing. Andujar is going to be the 8th player to make his major league debut at the Yankees this season. Gardner's been slumping, 5 for his last 32. Pitches outside, 2-1.
Well, Gardner gets a start in center field. Jacoby Ellsbury, a planned night off against the lefty. We talked about Rodon and his strikeout stuff. He'll come right at you with fastball sliders.
Count 3-1. And the lefty deals. And he walks Gardner. Not a great start to the game. Putting on Gardner. Now Joe juggled the lineup a bit, so you see Aaron Judge batting second. And Sanchez hitting third, so they're still back-to-back, but just moved up a bit. Another big night for Judge last night. He has reached base safely in 29 straight games. He has a .447 on-base percentage, which is tops in Major League Baseball. One and 0.
Kind of like the way the lineup looked last night. Judge third, Sanchez fourth, and you know, Aaron Judge sees so many pitches during his at-bats. You're Gary Sanchez waiting on deck. I mean, you get a look at the full arsenal of a starting pitcher here in the first at-bat.
1-1.
You also like the fact that Aaron Judge runs the bases really well, so it gives Gary Sanchez some RBI opportunities. Even when Aaron Judge is on first base, able to score on a double.
Goes inside on Judge. And the count 1-2. Sparse crowd here at Guaranteed Rate Field. Maybe the threat of rain has held some people back. 1-2. Blocked by Narvaez. 2-2.
Rodon coming back from bicep bursitis, and like I said, he's a fastball slider guy. This play right there by Narvaez behind the plate, known as an excellent defensive catcher.
Three and 2 on Judge. Every time you look up, he's 3-2.
Looking down at Joe Espada, we'll see if Brett Gardner is on the move. Rodon does have strikeout stuff, but he will walk plenty as well. That's been a problem in his young career.
Just got a piece.
Rodon had 4 rehab starts in the minor leagues, 1 with Class A Winston-Salem, 3 with AAA Charlotte. The numbers were not great, 0-3 and 9.22 ERA with Charlotte. But obviously the arm is healthy. He's had some success in his big league career, first-round draft pick, so he gets a shot here tonight.
Swing and a tip into the glove of the catcher, 1 away.
Rodon just goes right down the middle with that fastball, able to throw it by Aaron Judge, maybe on the inner half a little bit. Another look on Yes Mo, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers.
That full count, that Judge work, John, that's his 82nd of the year, the most in Major League Baseball. But he goes down on strikes, and that's going to bring up Gary Sanchez. That one is blocked. Gardner goes for second. He'll make it. Heads up base running by Gardner.
Really good base running right there by Brett Gardner. People don't realize how tough it is for a catcher to get a ball in the dirt, block it, then retrieve it and come up with an accurate throw on the move. You see the throw is high. Brett Gardner in there easily. If you're anticipating ball in the dirt and you get a good secondary lead, it's a good aggressive base running play.
One 0. 1-1. Big month of June for Sanchez. 21 games, 329, 9 homers, 27 ribbies. Line to center field. Angles there. 2 away. Well, let's look at the game time weather presented by City MD. Feeling under the weather? Just walk into City MD Urgent Care. 73 degrees, 54% humidity. The wind 18 miles per hour, and rain is possible. And here is Didi Gregorius. Way over the head of Gregorius, all the way to the backstop. Gardner goes to third, he'll make it. The ball bounded right back to the catcher, Narvaez. But Gardner got to third on the wild pitch.
Didi hitting cleanup tonight. How many times do you see your cleanup guy square around a bunt? That looked like a changeup right at Didi's head. He was able to get out of the way, obviously. Gregorius getting an opportunity to hit cleanup tonight out of necessity. It's a left-hander, and numbers against lefties have been really good for Gregorius this year.
So Gardner walked, moved to second on a wild pitch, moved to third on a wild pitch. 0-1-0. Boy, time and performance changes perception. When the Yankees got Didi Gregorius, you would never have been able to tell anybody, even in the organization, to be batting cleanup against a left-hander in a game the Yankees really want to win. One hopper to short. Anderson makes the throw. The throw is high, and it pulls Abreu off the bag, and Gardner scores. Yankees have a run.
Didi obviously hitting from the left side, gets out of the box in pretty good shape. You see Anderson, he's flat-footed back on his heels, and the throw is a little bit high. Abreu has to go up to get it, and Didi able to beat him before he comes back down to the bag. He's out of the box in pretty good shape, hustling down the line. The Yankees take an early lead.
Scored an E6, so no RBI, but the run counts. And here is Headley batting fifth. 1-0.
Numbers hitting right-handed, not great. 173 batting average, lefty 293. Watch Chase Headley hit from the left side. It seems like he uses his hands so much better from the left side. Kind of drifts with his body, or I'm sorry, from the right side, kind of drifts with his body a little bit more. The reason why the batting average is down.
Three and one. Gregorius leads off first. And there's a strike. So now Gregorius will go with a 3-2 count, 2 outs. Runner goes, pitch outside, and Headley walks. Mentioned Rodon, first-round draft pick for the White Sox in 2014 out of NC State. Now, coming out of high school, he was a 16th-round pick by Milwaukee. They didn't offer him enough, so he went to school, and it paid off because he got a $5.7 million bonus signing with the White Sox. And coming into this start, 18-16 with a 3.90 ERA. There's Austin Romine. Outside. Kind of odd, John. You know, you gave the stats of what he did down in the minors, and it doesn't seem like he was quite ready.
It seems like the ERA was inflated. He's always had trouble with his command. And, you know, you got to be honest, he's a young kid who was rushed to the big leagues. I mean, I know he was a first-round draft pick out of college and got to the big leagues pretty quick. Had a nice year last year, solid year. Battling some bursitis in the bicep this year.
Here are the highest walks per 9 inning from 2015 to 2016, and Rodon is 4th on the list. 3.70 walks per 9. Fourth 3-ball count. 17 balls, 10 strikes. Ball 4. An inauspicious first inning for Rodon, and that will bring out Don Cooper, the pitching coach.
Tim Anderson makes that error, the high throw across the diamond. Didi Gregorius was safe, now a couple of walks. Don Cooper, one of the best pitching coaches in all of baseball, trying to get Rodon straightened out.
I know you got to throw strikes. I understand that's the name of the game. But, John, all the walks you see, it's just not good for the game.
No,
I mean, what we saw in the last
down.
2 innings yesterday took almost an hour and a half. And not that we're running anywhere. It's just that the pace of the game just slows down to a crawl. This is not good for the game. There's nothing going on other than taking pitches and then walking. So here is Miguel Andujar. See his numbers down in the minors, AA and AAA. This is his first big league at bat. Batting 7th, the DH. Rodon will work from the full windup. 1-0.
You know his heart's pounding. You know he's excited. A couple of walks before you. Do you go up there and take a strike? I'm sure he's an aggressive hitter in the minor leagues with those inflated numbers. See what his attitude is right here.
Just 22 years old. Yankees signed him out of the Dominican Republic in 2011. So signed at a very young age. He's just 22, so he was 16 at that point. Caught everybody's attention in spring training. Bases loaded, 1-1. Pitch. 2-1.
Well, he got everybody's attention in spring training, laying line drives all over the field. Joe Girardi says he can hit the ball to right field just as well as pull it. But even when you watch Andujar in the batter's box, he just looks like a hitter, has a nice presence about him.
Grounded up the middle and a base hit. 2 runs will score. Welcome to the big league moment for Miguel Andujar. He picks up his first major league hit, and the Yankees lead 3-0.
Nobody can take it away from you. First major league hit, couple of RBIs, a solid shot right back up the middle. Yankees off to a nice start, and this one taking advantage of some walks. But again, just that nice aggressive swing, good extension through the middle of the field. Those players in the Yankee dugout, they know exactly what this feels like. Your first strikeout, your first base hit. Congratulations.
Here's Tyler Wade. He had his first walk and his first strikeout last night. Also his first run scored. Tony Pena calling for the baseball. So he's batting 1,000 and has 2 ribbies.
Well, he got it done in Double-A. Earned himself a promotion to Triple-A. Hit over 300 there. You see the numbers for Tyler Wade and Scranton, 313. So at 24 stolen bases and some good at bats last night.
1-2 on Wade. Rodon really struggling.
36 pitches already for Rodon, and obviously a guy coming off the disabled list with bicep bursitis. This is what the White Sox were looking for here in the first inning.
Swing and a miss. Tipped and grabbed by the catcher Narvaez. All the runs unearned. But boy, look at the smile on Andujar. A single and 2 ribbies his first at bat. Will face this White Sox starting lineup. Yolmer Sanchez at second base will lead off. Melky Cabrera in left is going to bat second. Hitting third, first baseman Jose Abreu. Abasail Garcia in right field will clean up. the number 5 hitter, third baseman Todd Frazier. Matt Davidson will DH. He'll bat 6th. Batting 7th, playing shortstop, Tim Anderson. Batting 8th, the catcher, Omar Narvaez. And Adam Engel, the center fielder, will bat 9th.
Well, that lineup for the Chicago White Sox will face Masahiro Tanaka, finishing up his warm-up tosses. Be his 16th start. 5-7, the 5.74 ERA. We're going to look at our pitcher scouting report, brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers, and it's about time for him to get on a roll. 8 shutout innings against Texas his last time, 9 strikeouts, no decision. He had 23 swinging strikes in that game. That's second highest total of his career. And when you're the ace of a staff coming off an outing like he had last time, give the bullpen a rest tonight. You have a 3-0 lead. Go out there and eat up 7 or 8 innings and give that bullpen a much needed rest.
So quite a rally by the Yankees in the first. Walks, wild pitches, and the first big league hit for 22-year-old. Here's Sanchez against Tanaka. There's a strike. Oh, 2.
I think back to Tanaka's last start against Texas, going head-to-head with Yu Darvish, and I'm sure that fired him up a little bit, but even the fastball early in this one, good velocity. Here comes a high fastball. That's what we showed in our open. Sanchez really doing a good job with Tanaka last time, elevating fastballs a little bit out of the zone, changing eye level so you can go back down with your split or your slider.
Chop to first. Romine is there. He'll take it himself, 1 away. Why don't we check out the Yankee defense presented by Geico? In the outfield, you've got Wade in left, Gardner's in center tonight, Judge is in right. In the infield, it's Headley, Gregorius, Torreyes, and Romine third to first. Sanchez behind the plate, and Masahiro Tanaka is on the mound. And here's Melky Cabrera. Tanaka deals. 1-0. Cabrera in his last 33 games is hitting .333, 6 homers and 23 ribbies. You see his overall numbers: 280, 8 homers and 42. And you wonder how brisk the market will be as the trade deadline approaches. He's in the final year of his contract. And we told you earlier in the series, the White Sox have said publicly, everybody is for sale. Just make the right offer.
I would say Jose Quintana did not do anything to hurt his trade value last night. Really good.
I don't think he was ever in the bargain bin, but that performance last night puts him in the window.
Working fast, throwing strikes, fastball command was good.
There's a strike. The 3-1 pitch. Up the middle and off the glove of a diving Didi, a base hit for Melky Cabrera.
Well, Didi was shading Melky up the middle. Almost an unbelievable play by Didi Gregorius. You see him right behind Tanaka. Off the side of the mound, takes some steam off of that hard hit baseball, and a nice try by Didi, full extension. Just can't come up with it clean.
here's Jose Abreu, the game winner last night against Dellin Betances, driving in 2 to give the White Sox the win. How about this, John? Before last night's game, the Yankees were 37-0, leading after 8 innings. And the White Sox were 0-40, trailing after 8 innings. (1-0). 2-0.
I guess what the stats don't tell you is a tired bullpen, right? Chapman was unavailable. Betances had worked a lot. Clippard, not real effective lately. A lot of walks. A hit by a pitch by Betances led to the opportunity for Jose Abreu. Seems like all he does in his Chicago White Sox uniform is drive in runs, big runs.
Well, let's see. This is an amazing stat. He has 13 home runs. He has not hit 1 here at home. And this is a hitter's ballpark.
This is a good place to hit home runs. It sure is.
.317 hitter at home, but the ball's not leaving the park. Chop to third. Headley has 1 play. He'll make it at first. Moving to second is Cabrera.
Really like the movement on the fastball from Tanaka early in this game with his fastball. Smelke has a little conversation with Torreyes. Some good running action on the Tanaka fastball. Gets in on Abreu, an easy ground ball.
Here's Garcia. The Yankees want to get out of town before Garcia heats up. He's 1 for 21. Still a .321 hitter. And likely he or Abreu will be the White Sox lone representative in the All-Star game. Oh, and 1. Wind is really whipping up, blowing in. And there is, as we showed you during the weather, there's rain in the forecast. The 0-1. Chop to third. Headley will get Garcia, and that will do it. No runs to hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We played 1. It's 3-0 Yankees. By Toyota, Prius Prime is the official hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. Should Miguel Montero be designated for assignment for comments about teammate Jake Arrieta? Well, he has been. Here's the answer. Yes, it doesn't matter how bad it gets. You don't call out teammates in public like that. It disrupts team chemistry and morale. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag Yankees Prius Prime to keep the conversation going. Here's what he said. It really stunk because the stolen base goes on me. When you really look at it, the pitcher doesn't give me any time. It's like, oh yeah, Miggy can't throw anybody out. Yeah, but my pitchers don't hold anybody on. Never a good thing to say, John.
A catcher can think it, you can never say it. And, you know, the fact that he's not a good throwing catcher, probably with the comments about his pitching staff and Jake Arrieta, got him run out of town.
Well, Anthony Rizzo stuck up for Arrieta and said, funny, or the catcher throws people out.
Yeah, he doesn't have any problems.
Wilson Contreras. Now, we don't have the tape, John, but on this date in 1907, a young catcher by the name of Branch Rickey, yeah, that Branch Rickey, he allowed the Washington Senators to steal 13 bases in one game. You think Branch Rickey said anything about his pitcher?
Well, there's a pretty good reason why Branch Rickey ended up being an executive. Those numbers. And a good one.
Had one of the great quotes of any sports executive, luck is the residue of design. And the Senators that day did not have luck. They designed that they were going to run on Branch Rickey. Punched out right side. Nice play by Sanchez. Took a hit away from Torres.
I've been impressed with Sanchez, the way he swings the bat, and now showing some range going to his left. Makes the play down to a knee, comes up with it, an easy play after that.
Here's Brett Gardner. He scored the first run of the game. Walk. Second on a wild pitch. Third on a wild pitch. Scored in a throwing error by Tim Anderson at short.
There's going to be some uncomfortable at bats for the New York Yankees. That first pitch up and in on Brett Gardner. Rodon all over the place. Already 45 pitches. I don't know what his pitch count was going to be for tonight, but he's not going to be around for a long time.
Well, the White Sox really have to hope for the best with this kid. You can't miss on a pick that high. You just can't. And that kind of signing bonus. Those haunt you. There's a strike. He's in the 2014 draft, and so far the first two haven't made it. Brady Aiken, Tyler Kolek, and then Rodon. Schwarber made it for a while, but now down in AAA. Three and one.
It's a helpless feeling if you're a catcher and you have a left-hander out there with no fastball command. I mean, it's just calling one side of the plate or the other and hoping for the best.
10 hitters, 6 3-ball counts. 3 and 2. Fly ball deep center, going back angle, still back, and he'll make the play for the second inning. Here's Aaron Judge. He struck out in the first inning. 3 infielders on the left side for the righty swinging Judge. 0-1.
Saying it's an uncomfortable at bat whether you're a lefty or a righty. Rodon all over the place with his fastball. I mean, this is missing by a lot here, and scary for Aaron Judge.
That was really close.
It was obviously, I don't think, any intent. It's just you got a guy who's all over the place with his fastball. Missing badly.
A lot of first place on those top rankings. Right now, he'd win the Triple Crown in the American League. Three and one. Could it be another full count? Yes, it is. Another full count. And something blew into the eye of Aaron Judge. 55 pitches for Rodon, and that's the number on his uniform. Broken back, ground ball is short. Anderson charges and fires to get Judge for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. We played an inning and a half here in Chicago. It's 3-0 Yankees. The last game before the All-Star break, and for one of the hottest collectibles of the season. It's Whitey Ford Bobblehead Day, the third in the 2017 Collectible Series presented by AT&T for the first 18,000 guests in attendance. For tickets, Log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849.
It's great to see Whitey at Old Timers Day.
I was standing close enough when he came out of the dugout to wave to the crowd, and the crowd had a prolonged ovation. He was talking to one of the ushers that stand on the field, and you know, Whitey's got such an impish way about him, that kid from Queens. And he just said to the guy with a big smile, I said, "This is louder than any hand Babe Ruth ever got."
Whitey kind of snuck up on everybody. We were out on the field, had no idea he was there.
Keeps a low profile, but it was great to see him. Two and one. Three and one. Frazier has a 4-game hitting streak. And a strike. Boy, Tanaka had so many layers of motivation his last start. The fact that he had not pitched well was one. Ground ball to short. Gregorius fires low, and a scoop by Romine to get Frazier one away. And he also was opposing Yu Darvish, and they knew his country was watching. It was on TV in Japan. Boy, he stepped up, pitched great. He really pitched beautifully. Yankees ended up winning in extra innings 2-1. He did not get a victory, but I think he got a sense of calm about this start and starts forward.
Yeah, I think he came out of that outing with so many positives that, like I said in the scouting report, it's time for him to get on a roll. I mean, it just not had a good year, and you need him to be your #1 guy and get on a run here where you rattle off 6-7 in a row.
Davidson takes a strike.
He's proud of his fastball tonight, too, at about 93, 94 with a little bit of movement, and he's throwing it a lot, which is a good sign that he feels healthy and in command of the fastball.
Broken bat looper into left field, a base hit for Davidson.
The Yankees have had their way with Matt Davidson in this series. Gets beat with a fastball again. You can see the movement on it. It runs in, which is a good sign for Tanaka. Is Davidson just strong enough to break his bat and fight it off for a base hit? Still like the pitch. I still like the location. And I like the attitude, pounding that fastball inside.
Now, John, we talked about this the last time he started, that so many hitters are obsessed and organizations are obsessed with lift angles, that if you put a slight uppercut into your swing, launch angle, another word for it, that you would hit more home runs, and it certainly has borne out so far to this point. And I'm reading that there are a lot of teams that are starting to make adjustments, and Tanaka might have been a victim of that, giving up all those home runs, because most of his pitches when he's dealing are low, which would where the launch angle would be. Do you think that pitchers have to pitch upstairs again now, go more four-seam?
If you have enough on velocity on your fastball, and if you're able to do it, because obviously if you make mistakes up there.
Grounded to first. Romine goes to second for the force. That's all he'll get.
You make mistakes up there. If you don't have the velocity, you can get hurt. And Austin Romine playing first base last night did a good job. The nice pick of the Gregorius ball in the dirt in this inning. And the nice spin right here, the accurate throw. Obviously a backup catcher, but athletic enough to make the transition to first base, and he's making it look easy.
5 outs for Tanaka, 5 outs on the ground. Here's Narvaez. Anderson dives back.
Anderson with 5 stolen bases has not been thrown out this year. We talked about it during this series. The White Sox not much of a running club.
Two and 0. Gregorius standing right behind second base. Torres in short right field. Grounded in the hole. Knocked down by Gregorius, but that's a shift base hit.
You know, Tanaka's got to be a little disappointed. You see where Didi is playing, and it's a good sinking fastball off the end of the bat. It should be a routine ground ball to short. Didi can't come up with it. Even if he did, it would have been a tough play delivering a throw to first base. Talked about Tanaka and his fastball and the good movement on it. He has a good slider early on in this game as well, but having trouble throwing it for strikes. He's got a good break on it. Moving late. Make an adjustment, throw some first pitch strikes with that slider.
Off the glove of Sanchez. And the runners move up.
This is disappointing right here for Gary Sanchez. I mean, that's a slider I talked about. It has good break on it tonight, but this is not a terrible pitch. You got to make that play if you're Gary Sanchez.
You know, scored a wild pitch. I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, it's borderline, but you know, Gary's sitting behind the plate saying that's probably a play I should make.
Gary Sanchez makes the first of what will be countless trips to the mound.
We've seen that, right? He likes to go out to the mound and talk a lot. And I understand it in some big spots late in games, but you know, sometimes it might take away the rhythm of a pitcher.
Well, both of the pitchers on our staff said they did not like it. David Cohn and Al Leiter. 3-0.
There were times I would go out to talk to a pitcher when you're going through the signals and the signs and you can't get on the same page, and it's a big spot in the ball game. Tried to limit it as much as possible and try to get on that same page, get in that good rhythm with a pitcher instead of going out and having to talk with him.
Strike, 3-1. Second and third, 2 outs. Yankees lead 3-0, bottom of the second. And they cannot come to an agreement. Swing and a miss. Dialed that up to 96.
Nice little finish on it too. Here you go, Adam Engel, 3-1 fastball. I'm coming right at you. Right down the middle, throws it right by him.
.96 miles an hour. On the fast pitch speed analytics, brought to you by Fios. And the 3-2. They walked him. Well, Tanaka is taking so much time while in the stretch. Just when he gets the sign and sets. I don't know if he's trying to throw off the rhythm of the batter, but it's just so long.
You can see clearly that fastball at 97 misses off the plate.
And the pitch count climbs, and you saw what type of shape the bullpen was in last night. Here's Sanchez with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Anderson trying to distract Tanaka by dashing down the line. And with Headley far off the bag, he could take a lead as far as Headley is off the bag. Inching off. Grounded to short. Gregorius fires to first. Another ground ball as Tanaka gets out of trouble. No runs, 2 hits, and the bases are left loaded. Some of the news and notes from around Major League Baseball. Michael Saunders signed a minor league contract with the Blue Jays. Big money free agent signing by the Giants. Mark Melancon placed on the 10-day DL with a right elbow strain. And Drew Smiley's going to be out until 2019. He has to undergo Tommy John surgery. So many of those injuries, it's amazing. One after the other. We're seeing it right here with the Yankees. You could go around the diamond. Headley, back trouble. Gregorius, shoulder. Castro, hamstring. Bird, ankle. Sanchez, biceps. Concussion in center field, Ellsbury. It just goes on and on. Hicks is on the DL. Matt Holliday was just put on the DL and sent home for further tests because of what they think is some kind of viral infection. Sabathia. Amazing. Just amazing. Gary Sanchez lines one to left. Coming on is Melky Cabrera to make the play. 1 pitch, 1 out. I mean, your training room is like a mass unit. Tyler Austin. Joe Girardi told Meredith might have to go on the DL. There's a darkening of the area around the hamstring, so that might be a 10-day stint. Chapman missed a month with shoulder issues. Adam Warren, shoulder issues, is on the DL. Caprillion in the minor leagues, they thought he was going to really be able to help them this year. Out. Gleyber Torres, out.
Did you miss anybody?
I don't think so. And those are important players we're naming. Ground ball to second. 2 away here in the third. Here's Hadley. 1-0.
I just don't understand it. Rodon gets 2 quick outs, couple of ground ball or line drive to left field and a ground ball, and he throws a first pitch changeup, not even close right there. Trying to have a good quick inning.
O'Neill, another injury. The calf.
The Warrior goes down in an Old Timers Day game. It's sad.
Three and 0. I don't think that's Paul. And a walk. Second walk issued to Headley.
It's got to drive Don Cooper, the pitching coach, crazy. 2 quick outs, 4 straight balls for a 2-out walk. Brings up Austin Romine.
Romine walked in the first inning. And a strike. The 0-1. 1-1. 2-1. He is, the way this is going, not going to see the 6th inning of this game.
Don had a little reaction after that one right there. Hunter Wentelstadt didn't give him the call. He's been all over the place. You can't be expecting to get any close calls. Gave him one there.
Three and 2. So Headley will go from first. And the payoff. Another walk. So Headley has walked twice. Romine has walked twice. And that brings up Andujar. First big league at bat in the first inning. A 2-run single.
We saw the Yankees get that first big league hit, get the baseball. Stevie Donahue, the trainer, will put some nice words on that baseball. Be waiting for him in his locker after the game. One of the cool things about getting your first big league hit, you don't really think about it during the game. And you hopefully win the game, go up to the clubhouse, and you see that baseball in your locker. Stevie Donahue always does a great job with that.
Rodon, 9 3-ball counts, 6 full counts, 5 walks, 2 wild pitches. I got a big-time scouting report on Andujar from someone in the know. That's all I could say. That has seen him play a lot. Future hit for power guy with good bat speed. Only knock is plate discipline. Very aggressive, but has been young for each level he has played. And he gets another base hit. Here comes Headley. Here's the throw. Headley is out. But Andujar did his part. He is 2 for 2 in his first 2 big league at bats. A good throw by Melky Cabrera gets Headley for the final out at the plate. The throw to Narvaez takes his time, makes the tag, and we go to the bottom of the third. Your very own Derby competition in the official MLB.com Home Run Derby game on the App Store and Google Play. Swing for the fences against more than 10 million players from around the world as your favorite Derby All-Star. Download Home Run Derby for free today.
Well, we take a look at the throw from Melky Cabrera again, and every Yankee fan knows he's got a strong arm and it's accurate. Third base coach Joe Espada taking a chance with 2 outs, but Melky Cabrera up for the challenge.
And he leads off. Andujar might have hit that too hard. Nice play by Romine, and he flips to Tanaka, 1 away.
I said it before, Austin Romine is making this look easy, the transition to first base in an emergency situation. It is not that easy. I took over a couple innings for Jason Giambi and felt so uncomfortable out on the field. Austin looks very comfortable, making it look easy, making all the plays.
Got to send out best wishes, John, to a good buddy of mine, Ryan Wertzberger, 16 years old, in the hospital right now, getting ready to undergo gallbladder surgery. Whoa. A little nervous, but he's a big Yankee fan. He feels pretty good that they're up. So we just want to send out our best wishes to Ryan.
Thinking about you too tomorrow, Ryan. Hang in there.
And I also had a chance today to communicate with the boss of Yes, who had major back surgery yesterday. And you know he was back to being himself. He's texting me in the middle of my radio show, say hello to my nurse Marissa on the air. So he said they're taking good care of him, and he says he feels really good. Swung on and missed. The ball gets away from Sanchez, so Abreu will reach.
It's, again, disappointing. Tanaka does his job to split, and Sanchez does not even try to block it. Tries to backhand it. Obviously doesn't come up with it, and this just adds to the pitch count. You have a runner on base now, and Sanchez, see, a little frustrated slapping the glove, but you got to want to block that split in the dirt. You got to expect it to be in the dirt. Get your body and your chest protector in front of it.
Here is Garcia. You know, you watch Sanchez this year, 6 pass balls. A lot have been called wild pitches that could have been called pass balls. And he's not throwing the ball as well as he did last year. Now, he did have that arm injury, but the Yankees need him to be a stout defender because that was a big part of his success last year.
Last year, it was so, I don't know what the right word, impressive. I mean, the way he blocked the ball, the way he threw the ball, the way he commanded a pitching staff. And now, you know, I always felt like blocking a baseball is just desire. You have to anticipate and you have to want to do it because it's one of those things that doesn't really show up in a box score, but your pitching staff appreciates it.
Up the middle. Oh, nice play by Tanaka. Fires the second one on the first double play. Outstanding play by Masahiro Tanaka, starting a 1-6-3 double play. Hot shot, kicking it up the middle, but he turns it into 2. We'll go to the 4th.
is all about desire. You know, Joe Girardi, when he was behind the plate, was one of the best at blocking the ball. You got to want to do it, and having a little talk with Gary Sanchez in between innings as Tony Pena strolls over. Got to get this thing straightened out. Let's go. Keep those balls in front when a pitcher's working as hard as Tanaka is. And make sure you block those splits in the dirt.
Wade lofts one to left center, run down by Engel. So Tyler Wade retired to start the fourth. You like that, addressing it right away, John?
Yeah, I think you've seen enough of it, right? You've noticed it all year. I think everybody has. It's been a little late. I don't know if it's technique. I don't know if it's not anticipating. Anytime you call an off-speed pitch with a 2-strike count, you have to anticipate in the dirt. If you do that, you should be on time. So
And
Joe
Marlon,
Girardi,
the translator, is, making sure that nothing's lost in translation.
Yeah, and it looks like Joe is speaking about technique more than anything else right now. And I like it. Address it right away. This is something that has to get better. Because he has not been as good blocking the ball as he was last year.
Torreyes wraps one to deep center. Engel back, still back. Oh, what a play! Taking an extra base hit away from Torreyes.
Well, we were told when we showed up here in Chicago that Adam Engel is an excellent defensive center fielder, gets great routes on the ball. Well, that's just full extension right in front of the wall. Nice play. Never takes his eye off the baseball. Knows exactly where he is in reference to the wall.
School is still in session. By Joe addressing it the way he's addressing it, and now Austin Romine putting his 2 cents in, you can't continue to let it go on. It's too valuable a position.
And Tony Pena is responsible for the catchers, so I think Joe stepping in tells you that he's seen enough. It's got to get better. And obviously, technique is the conversation right now. None better than that man right there. He's got first base coaching responsibilities, obviously.
Two and one on Gardner. Two and two. And the pitch. Just missed this inside 3-2. And the payoff. Up the middle, Anderson's right there. And a couple of really nice defensive plays behind Rodon. Helps the Yankees go down in order. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth.
Injury report brought to you by Montefiore, doing more in state-of-the-art healthcare. We told you earlier that Matt Holliday has been placed on the 10-day DL. He was scratched originally from the lineup on June 17th with that allergic reaction. He played in the next 5 games, has not played in 3 games. That's why the Yankees decided to make a move. That DL is retroactive to June 25th. He's currently in New York. He'll get tests tomorrow to try to find out more of exactly what's going on with him.
Thank you, Meredith. He has to be, you know, a little scared. I mean, you just don't know what's going on. This is a guy who's been an athlete his whole life, and all of a sudden he feels exhausted. And he's told Joe, he said, it just feels like somebody's taking all the energy out of me. And they run the blood test, or the first blood test you run, and everything came back with good results. So he's got to be a little nervous.
It reminds me of an old teammate of mine, Jason Giambi, right? When he went through that parasite thing, that's what he was saying. It just took all of my energy away. 3-0 Yankees on the Audi scoreboard. But you're right. I mean, athletes are used to pulled hamstrings, broken bones, things like that. But I'm sure Matt has to be a little concerned.
And there are some players that you could always question, do they really want to push it? Matt Holliday is not that guy. If Matt Holliday could limp out there and play, he'd play. So this has been so debilitating for him, he cannot even get on the field. Two and two.
With all that talk in between innings, Joe Girardi and Gary Sanchez, this will be a 2-strike pitch here. We'll see if they go off speed, and we'll see if Gary blocks maybe a split.
High pop-up on the left side. Long run for Didi. Oh, 6 rows back.
Ball took off, too. It's windy here in Chicago, and fly balls are going to be an adventure.
A lot of people think that Chicago's called the Windy City because of the wind. That's not the case. It's because of old-time politicians who were very windy. They spoke a lot. 2-2. Deep drive to left, but foul. Two. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Up the middle. Grabbed by Torres, off balance, and he gets Frazier. Nice play. Seems like every out is on the ground. All 10 outs have come on the ground.
Torres getting a lot of playing time lately with all the injuries. And another look on Yes Mo, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Doesn't matter if it's third, short, or second. Torres getting the job done.
Now remember, he has 1 out on a strikeout, but that strikeout led to a runner reaching because of the wild pitch. So all the outs recorded on the ground. A strike. Davidson had a single in the 2nd inning. 3 hits for the White Sox. We're in the bottom of the 4th. It's 3-0 Yankees. So Headley, Gregorius, Torres, and Romine have really been all the players he needs behind him so far. The 0-2. 1-2.
See what Tanaka does here with Matt Davidson. It was a first pitch curveball for a strike, a slider off the plate for strike 2, an elevated fastball for ball 1.
Swing and a miss. Davidson down on strikes, so that one not retired on the ground.
Tanaka went with the slider I mentioned earlier, and he's had a good break on that slider tonight. Takes advantage of that, gets a swing and a miss on Davidson on a good pitch down and away.
Here's Tim Anderson. One, 2-1. Boston trailing Minnesota 4-1, bottom of the 7th inning. Toronto beat Baltimore 4-0. It's a strike.
That'll make Joe Girardi happy right there. Split finger in the dirt. Gary Sanchez got there easily, was able to make the play.
And the 3-2. Fly ball, center field, on the run Gardner, and he'll make the play for the final out. As the White Sox go down in order, 1, 2, 3. Let's go to the 5th. It's 3-0 Yanks. one. Thank you, Bob. We go to the 5th inning. And Aaron Judge leads off. He's 0 for 2 tonight. Rodon deals outside. 1-0. Rodon almost hit Judge in the head. Fastball 94 miles an hour that got away. Buzzed right behind his helmet. That was his last time up in the 2nd. 2-0. Going for the downs right there.
I think Aaron reacting a little bit on how the White Sox have been pitching him. They've been trying to get the fastball in on his hands. He took a chance right there looking for one inside, didn't get it.
Three and one. Jake Petrichka is up for the White Sox. And there's a walk, so Judge has now reached base safely in 30 straight games. Now we go back to Bob Lorenz, who reaches base safely all the time. Thank you, Bob. John, they won't go away. Minnesota will not go away.
I just keep thinking Rick Porcello not having the same type of year he had last year.
Pitch is low, 1-0. And now a trip to the mound. At 88 pitches. Now it seems like he's really labored, and he has. But the runs he gave up in the 1st inning, they shouldn't have even happened. The wild pitches, no, that's his fault. The error. 3-0. So far in this series, we've seen 28 total walks, 18 by Yankee batters. Turned him loose on 3-0, fouled it away.
Rodon not an easy guy to swing 3-0 at. You give Gary Sanchez some credit there. Disciplined enough to make sure it was a good pitch to let it fly. Rodon all over the place.
Hit sharply. Nice play by Frazier from his knees to first. And he gets 2. A 5-4-3 double play.
A great play by Frazier going to his left. They call it the hot corner. It's all about reactions. Take another look at it. Sanchez hits it right on the screws from his knees. Frazier over to Sanchez. The easy turn, and Gary Sanchez not really hustling down the line. Rodon loves it.
He wasn't even in the frame there.
No.
Grounded foul. Let's take a look out of the box, John. If he was running, if something's up with his legs.
Hits this ball hard. Obviously, Frazier comes up with it. You can see he's disappointed.
That's unacceptable.
Wow.
Can't do that. If you're hurt, you're hurt. But if you're not, wow. Lofted, left field. Melky Cabrera makes the play, and that will do it. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left at the end of 4 1/2. Halfway through, it's 3-0 Yanks. When you need a doctor, just walk into City MD Urgent Care. And by Honda. Great deals are waiting for you now at your local Honda dealer. Looks like it might be Michigan Avenue. We are here on the south side of Chicago. Bottom of the 5th inning, Yankees lead 3-0 on the GMC scoreboard. And Tanaka will face 8, 9, and 1 in the White Sox order. We'll start with Narvaez. Singled off the glove of Gregorius in the second. There's a strike. Less of a shift this time, as Gregorius was shaded more up the middle and then had to go back to the bare hand side and could only knock the ball down on a ground ball. Oh, 0-2.
.41 strikes, 24 balls, 65 pitches. Tanaka using all of his pitches, and they've all been good. Really good slider, good split, elevating some fastballs.
.25 at-bats for Narvaez against the Yankees in his career. 8 hits, a home run, and 3 ribbies. That's .320. Chop foul. Here's a comparison. Rodon has thrown 53 balls out of the strike zone. Tanaka has thrown 67 total pitches.
Man, they just don't seem like they're on the same page. Gary Sanchez and Tanaka. Obviously, the numbers are good. Only 3 hits. Has not given up a run. Taking a long time to go through signs.
That one is looped into left field, a base hit. Wade fires it on one hop to second, leadoff single for Narvaez.
After all those signs and a couple of times stepping off, he goes with the fastball. It's pretty much middle of the plate. It's blocked off the other way.
Now, John, the last time I did a game with Al, he said he doesn't understand what all the shaking is about. He said, why doesn't a pitcher just swipe? It makes it quicker. He throws the pitch that he wants. Now, as a catcher, did that bother you if he did that?
No, it didn't. I remember Bob Tewksbury, who I caught quite a bit, would do that. You'd put down a 1, and he would either add or subtract. And you would obviously follow his lead and go with the pitch that he wanted to go to. There are some pitchers who weren't comfortable doing that. But I've had pitchers who have actually done things to tell me what pitch they wanted to throw before I put the signs down, like grabbing their belt buckle or something like that, which would be, you know, I want to throw a slider, or maybe giving a glance to one side of the plate, because they were rhythm pitchers and they didn't want you going through all these signs, taking time to get on the same page.
Clemens essentially called his own game, right?
Yes. He would do little things like look to one side of the plate, which meant fastball or slider to that side. He would grab his belt buckle for a split finger sometimes. He, you know, just little things.
That one is wrapped into center field. On the run is Gardner, still going back, and he's going to turn, and that ball's going to be off the wall. Narvaez will stop at third. It's a double for Engel, and the White Sox have runners on second and third and nobody out.
Well, we talked about the wind. It's howling and it's swirling, and this looks like it's right down Broadway. Engel takes care of it. Narvaez, the catcher, thought this was a home run, and he kind of cruised into third. Good look at the swing from the side. Tanaka, who's been in pretty much control the whole night, is going to have to work his way out of trouble here in the 5th.
Now the bottom of the order hurt the Yankees last night, and now the bottom of the order, a single and a double, has created a little bit of a jam here in the bottom of the 5th. Here's Sanchez. Yankees play the infield back. They'll give up a run on a ground ball. Now the perfect ground ball for the White Sox would be to the right side. That would move Engel to third and score a run. One and 0.
Tanaka only has 2 strikeouts tonight. Good split there. Gets a swing and a miss. Probably see a lot more split fingers here in this inning with second and third, nobody out, trying to pick up some strikeouts.
Rick Renteria trying to urge on his team. And the 1-2. 2-2.
3 splits in a row, and then a 97-mile-an-hour fastball elevated, changing the eye level of Sanchez. It's been a weapon. We showed it in his last game against Texas. We're going to it in this one. We'll see if he comes back with a split down after the high fastball.
There's a block by Sanchez, saves a run.
There it is. 2 strikes. You just anticipate split in the dirt. And this is textbook for Gary Sanchez. Glove goes first, body follows. Again, another trip out to the mound.
Narvaez at third, Engel at second. And the 3-2. And the bases are loaded. Nobody out. And the dangerous hitters coming up. Here's Melky Cabrera. Cabrera's 1 for 2. Single to center in the first inning. The Yankees looking for the double play. And Tanaka's had them hit the ball on the ground all night. They'll take another. There's a base hit to left field. 1 run scores. Here comes Engel. He'll score. It's a 2-run single from Melky Cabrera. And the Yankees are up 3-2.
Well, you mentioned earlier, Michael, that Melky Cabrera has been a hot hitter lately. And it's just such a simple approach. Not a bad pitch from Tanaka, down and away. Melky just stays on and hammers it the other way. 2-run score and a nice play defensively, keeping Sanchez to second base.
Here's Jose Abreu. He's 0 for 2. Grounded to third and struck out. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. The Yankee lead is just 1. They're up 3-2. This should be 2. There's 1. And there's 2. Moving to third is Sanchez. Big double play.
Huge double play right there. And you talked about all the ground balls, and I was talking about earlier the fastball with the good movement in on the right-handed batters. Just what Tanaka needed. Tailor-made 6-4-3 double play. Trying to escape the bottom of the 5th, maintaining the lead.
So Cabrera getting congratulations. 12 ground ball outs by Tanaka. And here's Garcia. He has 2 of them. Grounded to third, and then a hot shot back to the mound. A 1-6-3 double play started in the 3rd. Did that get him? Yes, it did. And Joe Girardi saying check with the first base ump. He swung, and the first base ump said no, he did not swing. So that means he is going to take first base.
Looked like it got his right hand. I thought this was a swing. Take another look at it. Gets his right hand. That bat does not come all the way around. Looks like we're going to get back to play.
Now, the reason they check the swing is that the swing supersedes the hit by pitch. You could get hit in the stomach, and if you swing the bat, you're not taking first base because the swing takes precedence. But the first base umpire, John Lipka, said no, he did not go. So that brings up Frazier with runners on first and third, 2 outs. Frazier is grounded to short and grounded to second. Now, this inning, getting the pitch count up, which means that the bullpen will have to be involved tonight. There's the breakdown. He had the 22-pitch second inning, 18 the last two, but this inning's still going on. Strike. One. Strike inside corner, 1-2. Good call. According to pitch cast. Two and two.
Went with that slider down and away, didn't get the call, just off the plate. Frazier lays off. Tough pitch to take with 2 strikes.
Everybody clap your hands.
Two. Grounded up the middle. Gregorius flips to second, and that will do it. But the White Sox get 2 runs on 3 hits and 2 men left on base. We go to the 6th.
A little trouble behind the plate. We look at a slider that he doesn't come up with, and then a split that he doesn't even try to block. He backhands it, can't make the play. And then a little conversation with Joe Girardi going through some technique. And it has gotten much better. Good split right there down in the dirt, blocked perfectly by Sanchez. Paid a little bit of attention to some of the instruction from Joe Girardi, and it's paid off. Top of the 6th inning, a new pitcher, Jake Petritzka. 1-0 with a 5.59 ERA, and it'll be Chase Headley leading off the top of the 6th as the Yankees lead 3-2 on our Benjamin Moore scoreboard. The Headley, Romine, and Miguel Andujar.
Starting to rain, and this was expected. The 0-2. Grounded up the middle. Third baseman Frazier makes the play and guns down Headley.
See Frazier ranging all the way to his left. Makes that play easily.
Here's Romine, who has walked twice tonight. One and two. White Sox bullpen's a little bit worn out. We told you about the lack of quality outings, and that affects the bullpen. You can't keep going to them every night. They really are starting to feel it. Mike Pelfrey's up. Interesting what Rick Renteria said the other day. He said, I think a lot of our problems lately is that the first half of the season has been road heavy. We've played more road games. He said, wears you out. He said, I could see the guys were a little bit tired. Line drive, a base hit to right field off the bat of Romine. Garcia cuts it off in the corner, comes up throwing, but Romine has a double with one out here in the 6th. And that'll bring up Andujar, who's 2 for 2, and Meredith, you have more on him.
Well, I spoke with him earlier, Michael, and he found out close to midnight yesterday that he was getting called up to the big leagues, and he immediately called his mom, dad, and grandma to tell him that his dream was coming true. He told me he was not necessarily expecting the quick promotion, but was prepared, explaining you always have to be ready in this game because you just never know what's going to happen. When he arrived here at the clubhouse today, he said it was amazing to see his name in the lineup and to see all of his teammates. To play for them at this level and represent the franchise, the very team that signed him, is something that he will never, ever forget.
Well, he's 2 for 2 in his first game, Meredith. The rest of the team is 1 for 16. Give you the rest of that scouting report we were giving to you earlier. Offensively very aggressive, but has been young for each level he has played. And as for his defense, above average arm, but lots of errors. Needs to improve feet. Has ability to throw from different arm angles. Just needs to be more consistent. Needs more seasoning. Electric. Unpredictable. And there's his bio.
Unpredictable.
Unpredictable. Chop back to Petritzka. Makes the play at first as Romine moves at third. First out, he's made in the big leagues.
Obviously with the 2 hits, but even the way he carries himself in the box, he just looks like a kid who knows what he's doing at the plate.
Didi saying, really, going to make out?
Go on for a while.
Here's Tyler Wade. There's a strike. He's still looking for his first hit. He has a walk and a run scored. Today 0 for 2. Romine's at third. We're in the 6th, 3-2 Yanks. White Sox have 6 hits. The Yankees just 3 hits. The 2-1. 2-2. And the pitch. Fly ball right field. Going back, Garcia still back. It's over his head and up against the wall. A run scores. Wade will stop at second with his first big league hit, and the Yankees lead 4-2. High five for Dad. And they're going to get that baseball and put it away for safekeeping. That's Mom, Dad, and Bro. Get over his head, over his head.
There you go. First big league hit is a big one, a 2-out RBI base hit. The Wade family loves it. When you watch Tyler Wade running the bases, he was thinking about a triple right there. Ball pumped up.
Here's Ronald Torreyes. I love watching the parents and the family for the first hit. And here it is, because they went through the journey. The parents driving him to the practices and the games and the travel teams, and they made sacrifices, and now they get to see it come to fruition. Kind of neat. And it's been a story told thousands of times. When Tyler Wade's mom saw him last night after the game, she just started crying. There's a base hit inside first and down the right field line. Wade rounds third. He'll score. Torreyes goes to second with an RBI double, and it's 5-2 Yanks.
Well, you love the production from the bottom of the lineup. Tyler Wade, his first big league hit. 2-out RBI base hit, and then Torreyes comes up right behind him. Torreyes just does what he does every time he plays, it seems like. Puts the bat on the ball, driving it the other way. 2-out double, RBI. Yankees extend their lead.
Got a couple of runs scored now in the big leagues. Got a hit. He's got a ribby. He's filling all the columns. And now here comes Rick Renteria with a 1-0 count. This looks like more of a let's get going.
Yeah, Rick wanted a piece of Hunter Wendelstedt. I think there was some issues with some of the balls and strikes.
He gets thrown out, as you can see, a big windmill pump by Hunter Wendelstedt.
Renteria was waiting for Hunter to come out to the mound. Obviously, a comment was made.
That's his third ejection in 6 games, so you wonder if all the losing starting to get to Renteria, or if he's trying to fire up his team. Joe West breaks it up. So that will do it for Renteria, and this is when he got thrown out. Umpire comes up to break it up. Renteria says something, goodbye. Wanted no part of it. That will make Joe McEwing, his bench coach, the acting manager. There's a strike. There's Joe. Known as Super Joe during his playing days. Al Leiter's called him the best teammate he ever had. There's a base hit through the left side. Torreyes rounds third. He'll score. It's an RBI single for Brett Gardner. And the Yankees are getting some separation. They lead 6-2.
Well, you love the fact that the Yankees doing a great job of hitting with 2 outs. These 2-out RBI base hits are killers against an opposing team. Brett Gardner just stays out over the plate and drives it the other way. Torreyes was at his speed, going to score easily. Lead now 6-2.
All 6 Yankee runs have scored with 2 outs. Here's Aaron Judge. 0 for 2 with a walk. Two Yanks, 3 runs in here in the 6th. Ripped to left field. There it goes. See ya. A bullet home run for Judge. Yankees up 8-2.
Some Yankee fans loving it here in Chicago. Aaron Judge now with 27 home runs. Leads the major leagues. Yankees pouring it on here in the 6th, doing it all with 2 outs. Looked like something off speed that kind of just sat middle in. And unlike the majestic long home runs that Aaron Judge hits, that's a rocket line drive that finds the seats.
Gary Sanchez takes a strike. So 27 home runs for Judge. Also 62 runs batted in. Animated conversation as Sanchez swings and misses. By the Yankees put a 3 spot on the board for the Yankees under 22 division. A double. Parents love it. And then a slightly older rookie does something he does all the time. 8-2 Yanks. Game set with the White Sox, and Yes has extra innings post-game coverage following the game on Pix 11. Then on Friday, Yes has full coverage starting at 7:30 as the Yankees head to Houston for a clash with the league-leading Astros. It's all right here on Yes. I wonder if he's even standing on the grass right now, John.
Well, you can see the mannerisms are all quick and fast. You know how excited he is. Got that first big league hit out of the way.
Patrichka was just thrown out of the game between innings. I guess he didn't like Wendelstedt's strike zone as Matt Davidson pops it up on the left side. Headley gives it a look, but it's in the seats. See if we can catch the ejection. Well, he's looking for it. Well, he looked like he said a couple of magic words.
Yeah,
so
that'll get you thrown out.
One. Now, John, did you see anything egregiously bad at home plate that the manager and the pitcher would be thrown out? I didn't seem like he was getting squeezed.
You know, I saw Petritzka react on a few fastballs inside that he didn't look that he did not look happy were called balls. So I thought something might have been happening with Renteria coming out to the mound, but it wasn't blatant. I mean, they didn't jump out at you.
If you watch the top of your screen, you'll see he gets thrown out. It wasn't as demonstrative as the manager toss. This was just almost like a out, like a strike call. One, two. 2-2.
90 pitches for Tanaka. He threw 100 pitches his last time as Joe McEwing acting as the manager now for the White Sox. I'm sure Joe Girardi would have loved to have gotten Tanaka through 7. We'll see if he can have a quick 6th inning here.
Swing and a miss. Davidson down on strikes.
That good split finger fastball down and in. Davidson swinging right over the top.
Chris Beck will be next up. Here's Tim Anderson. So a 5-run 6th inning, giving the Yankees some breathing room and giving Tanaka some breathing room. The 0-1, 0-2. Oh, 2 count on the number 7 hitter, the shortstop Tim Anderson. And the pitch upstairs. So another home run for Judge. I think we're almost getting spoiled where you expected. This is not normal what he's doing. 27 home runs. It's not even the All-Star break. As Anderson down on strikes.
Looked like that big curveball, but getting back to Judge with a 27 home runs, 62 RBIs. Another look at the breaking ball on the inner half. The 62 RBIs impress. I mean, obviously the home runs, but the RBIs, the big hits that he gets with runners in scoring position, the discipline of the at-bats. I mean, you have to change all of your expectations, right? When you came into the year, what would you have taken? 260, 270?
25 homers for the year. And this is just the Yankees' 76th game. So you're 5 away from the official halfway point. One and one. Wearing the Judge jersey, backward. No matter how you wear it, it seems like 99 is the number to wear if you're a Yankee fan. 99 or 24 seem to be getting a lot of play. saying Judge. One, two. Still 1-2. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. And a 1-2-3 inning for Masahiro Tanaka. 2/3 of the way through. We go to the 7th. 8-2 Yanks. Here in the official hospital of the New York Yankees, amazing things are happening here.
Andujar with his first major league hit, a couple of RBIs, a lot of reasons to smile for him. And then Tyler Wade in the 6th inning gets his first big league base hit. The Wade family loves it. He also gets his first big league RBI and a big smile in the Yankee dugout.
Last year, the Yankees had a game where a couple of rookies got their first big league hit. They did it in very impressive fashion. Back-to-back home runs by Aaron Judge and Tyler Austin. Chris Beck takes over. Remember, Jake Petrichka was thrown out of the game. Jason Shreve is up. So Beck will deal to Gregorius. Fouled away. Wind whipping up just a bit more. Fouled away. A crowd of 15,259 on this Wednesday night. Ground ball to second. Sanchez gets Gregorius. One away. The can't-miss event of the summer hits South Beach when baseball's biggest stars take the field for the MLB All-Star Game. It's going to be July 11th, and it's going to be on Fox. That should be fun.
Well, Aaron Judge, we know he's probably going to be there. Will he participate in the home run derby? That's a question. I believe there's some other Yankees who are in line to be named to the All-Star game.
You wonder if the DL stint hurts Castro.
Yeah.
But his stint will be over before the All-Star game.
Gary Sanchez, right? He has to be in the conversation, I would think.
You would think so. Salvador Perez will start. You know, Dellin Betances has made, I believe, the last 3 All-Star games. And his numbers, although yesterday's blown save, still pretty good. You wonder if he would go. Long run in left field from Melky. He makes a beautiful play to take a base hit away from Headley.
With the wind swirling, I think that's the way the ball is carrying a little bit from right to left. And you're right, Melky covering a lot of ground. Cruising after this fly ball makes it look easy. How about Luis Severino? Doesn't have the win total, right? But the ERA in good shape.
He has turned 6 leads over to the bullpen. So that's why he doesn't have the win total.
Yeah.
And they've blown 6 of them. He's had a very good first half. There's Romine. Fly ball right field. Garcia will put it away, and the Yankees go down in order against Beck. 1-2-3. Time for the stretch here in Chicago. Yankees up 8-2. Brought to you by your local Nissan dealer. 8-7-0 for the Yanks, 2-6-1 for the Sox. Tanaka 6 innings, and his night is over as they'll go to Chase and Shreve. Carlos Rodon struggled with his control, but kept his team in the game. Tyler Wade and Miguel Andujar, first career hits and RBI. And Aaron Judge is 27th home run of the year, and that leads the majors. There's another baby bomber right there. He could be on the next episode of Homegrown. They're running out of the stars of their show. They're all getting called up. It'll be a new cast.
Some new stars coming up from Double-A, right?
Pretty amazing. Here's Shreve.
Shreve pitching Monday's game here in Chicago, gave up that 3-run home run to Tim Anderson. Actually, Shreve threw the ball pretty well before that. A couple of cheap hits off him. The one bad pitch cost him 3 runs. See if he can have a clean 7th inning.
You know, the way baseball is played now, John, you just can't keep the bullpen rested. You got to get, it almost seems every day, you've got to get at least 6, usually 9 outs out of the bullpen.
So many walks, so many strikeouts, the pitch counts are elevated, and, you know, managers don't want to extend starting pitchers more than 100 pitches. I wonder if that's going to change, right? That philosophy with the pitch counts and the innings and all that. I mean, the old school guys threw 140, 150 pitches, but so much information now on pitch counts and innings limits.
It's interesting, though, John, because, yeah, I get why they're doing it, but the injuries are just as prevalent, if not more so. What pitchers were more babied than the New York Met pitchers?
Yep.
I mean, they handled them as well as they could be handled, and they've seemingly all broken down. Two-two. Saw Chad Green up in the Yankee bullpen, and the weird part is, you know, you could say, okay, you have to get 9 outs out of the bullpen. That's not just one guy. It's going to be like 3 or 4 guys. And you wonder why you have short benches. You just put all the extra people you can in the bullpen. Engel pops it up. Romine can't make the play.
Thought that ball was going to find the seats easily as Austin Romine tries to find the fence, extend right off the edge of his glove.
Done a nice job at first. Popped up. Let's see if the wind takes it back. Nope. Second row behind the screen. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. There you go. Engel continuing to battle. High fly ball, left center. Gardner calls off Wade and drops the ball. And Engel is at second. Gardner really straight into left center field, but still, he's the center fielder. That's his ball. And he runs into Wade and drops it.
Yeah, I talked about it before. It seems like the wind's swirling. Everything's going from right to left. Tyler Wade saying, I got it, as it's starting to slice to him. Brett Gardner tries to cut in front and make the play and can't come up with it.
And it was in Wade's glove. And Gardner knocked it out. We'll see how they score it. Still waiting on the official scorer. Here's Sanchez. And a strike. I think, John, you'd be hard-pressed to score that a double.
It's not a double. I mean, that ball's got to be caught, whether it's by Tyler Wade or Brett Gardner. But it looked like a routine play for Gardner, and the wind just got a hold of it. I'm sure these guys haven't played a whole lot together in the outfield, but still, that's a play that has to be made.
0-2. It's scored an E7. So he's getting a lot of firsts. Blocked by Sanchez.
Good play by Sanchez again with the Tanaka split and the Shreve split change. With 2 strikes, you call it in the dirt or a runner on base. You have to be anticipating. Nice play, moving his body to his left. So another positive step for Tanaka tonight, huh?
Did well. 6 innings. He's in line to get the win if the bullpen can do it. Popped up. Right side. Torreyes can't make the play. The wind wreaking havoc. First and second, nobody out.
Every pop-up, every fly ball is going to be an adventure. Torreyes thinks he's camped underneath it. The wind gets a hold of it. Can't come up with it.
And that scored a hit. Here's Melky, got a big 2-run single in the 5th inning against Tanaka. He only runs for the White Sox. One 0. 2-0. There's a strike. The Yankee bullpen this series, 29 hitters faced, 18 have reached base. Starting to rain here at Guaranteed Rate Field. Three and one. What's your gut feeling, John? Do we hear the sad sacks today or not?
I think we do.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Oh, goodness.
No, I always prepare for the worst. pleasantly surprised if it doesn't happen. So I think Jack and Bob are bored back in the studio. They want to do some work, you know.
Well, they better get to the studio.
Yep.
Very odd looking rain. It almost seems like snow. Three-two. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout of Cabrera. One away here in the seventh. And here comes Joe Girardi with the big right-handed hitters coming up. He's going to go to his right-hander. Well, Shreve certainly victimized by the win, but first and second, one out is what he leaves. Homegrown, the path to pinstripes, and get a peek inside the personal lives of the Rail Riders on a rare off day. Catch this all-new episode tonight following Yankees coverage right here on Yes. Well, Miguel Andujar in his first big league game, 2 hits. Tyler Wade in his second big league game picks up his first hit. An RBI double was his first hit. Got another run scored. So the new pitcher for the Yankees is Chad Green.
Yeah, 2 scoreless innings Sunday in that loss against Texas. His numbers are excellent. 30 strikeouts and 25 2/3 innings.
Abreu 0 for 3. And a strike. Raised some eyebrows when Girardi said yesterday that Green was not available. Because he had pitched 2 innings on Sunday. After an off day on Monday, that was not enough, so he didn't want to pitch him on Tuesday, but here he is on Wednesday. Strike.
Joe Girardi very disciplined in his Yankee managing career with the bullpen guys, making sure that they try to get enough rest. Obviously, Chad Green has been a starter in the minor leagues, has started in the big leagues a little bit, so transitioning to that role out of the bullpen.
And now the skies have really opened up. Well, it was in the forecast. So you figured if it was going to be a long game, and which games aren't. And you're probably going to see some rain. The 0-2. Foul back to the screen. How long does Joe West allow this to go on? The 0-2, swing and a miss. He got him. A strikeout of Abreu, 2 down. And that's going to bring up Vasail Garcia. 0 for 2 and was hit by a pitch.
Sure, Joe West wants to get this inning over, this half inning over with, but it's coming down.
One and 0. Along with John Flaherty and Meredith Marakovitz, I'm Michael Kay. We thank you for spending part of your Wednesday evening with us. Bottom of the 7th inning, Yankees lead the White Sox by a score of 8-2. White Sox have runners on first and second, 2 outs, and their cleanup hitter, Javi Garcia, at the plate. Chases a high fastball, 1-1. By allowing play to continue, you're certainly endangering the infield. One and 2.
Well, obviously, you just want to make sure that Chad Green is going to be able to get a good grip on the baseball. You don't want to see anybody get hurt in a situation like this.
Rob Thompson refusing to take any cover. Right on the railing of the dugout. Okay, I think there are 3 Yankee coaches, the only ones that are not covered. There's Thompson. And then you've got Espada. And then you've got Rothschild. Three and 2, so that's going to release the runners. 3-2 and 2 outs. Runners go, 3-2. They'll do it again. And another mound conference. And the payoff. Foul back. Rain seems like it's subsided now. It certainly has. It's still raining just a bit, but nothing like it was moments ago. Yankees lead. And the 3-2. Missed outside, the bases loaded. Todd Frazier, you can hear in the background, always comes up to a Sinatra song. And that one was Fly Me to the Moon. He's always done that. A lot of his friends say he's got taste of an older gentleman. You can't really go wrong with Sinatra. And like Frazier, Frank was from Jersey, Hoboken. Snapped over to first, and it's knocked down and saved there by Romine.
A couple of catchers trying to go for the backdoor play at first base. Slider down and away. Sanchez the low throw, and a nice job by Austin Romine just keeping it in front.
Strike two, 1-2. White Sox are one big swing away from getting right back in this game. Frazier did not like that call. Now some lightning above guaranteed rate field. And the rain's starting to fall harder again. Joe Girardi said the other day there are just not too many laughers in this game anymore. Popped up. Here comes Headley and Sanchez, and the ball falls untouched.
Yeah, my first thought was good luck trying to catch this pop-up. With the wind that we talked about, with the rain coming down, there's almost no chance to make this play. See Headley coming in trying to fight off the raindrops. He can't really have a clue. Sanchez drops right next to him. Joe Girardi can't believe it.
3 pop-ups this inning, none of them caught. That is score to no play. And the 1-2. 2-2. He waves at a pitch way out of the strike zone, and that will do it. No runs to hit, 1 error, and the bases are left loaded. Let's go to the 8th. Is brought to you in part by Buick. Visit tristatebuick.com for great lease offers. By People's United Bank NA. Keep business at hand with mobile cash management. And by your Tri-Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2017 models. So some drying agent put on the mound and around first base. And the rain looks like it has subsided. And it might be like this for the rest of the game, because we kept hearing that there was about a 2-hour window where it would be raining. But Joe West wants to get this in. It's an official game already, obviously.
Maybe that's a good sign right there, putting the cover back on the tarp.
Last week in Colorado, Joe West umpired his 5,000th game. And I believe that Bob Nightingale of USA Today did a story on him, and he said, "What's the best call you ever made?" Now, this will not please Yankee fans. He said the best call he ever made was Dave Roberts' steal of second base in Game 4 of the 2004 ALCS, where the Red Sox came back from a 3-0 deficit. I guess he felt because of the bigness of the moment, and that
was the right call.
Was correct.
Yeah, it was the right call. Listen, Joe has been a good umpire for a long time, and I've talked about it before. There are some nights when you would work with him where he was not in a very good mood, and it wasn't an easy game to work, and then he'd come back the next day and things would be better. But he's always been consistent.
Hyundai scoreboard 8-2, Yanks lead. There's Miguel Andujar in his first big league game. He is 2 for 3 with a couple of RBIs. And Beck deals outside 1-0. Just 22 years old. And here's Joe West's best call.
You see Jorge Posada, a good throw just on the shortstop side of the bag, just a little bit, maybe the difference. As Jeter comes down with that tag. Good call by Joe West.
Dave Roberts now the manager of the Dodgers. 3-0 on Andujar. And that is the way his name is pronounced, with the accent on the second syllable, Andujar.
Andujar had 54 RBIs. That led all Yankee minor leaguers before his call up to the big leagues.
3-1. Collected 30 extra base hits in 67 games at AA. 23 doubles and 7 home runs. One of the main reasons they called him up, he was on the 40-man roster, so they did not have to make a tough move to get somebody on the 40 to bring him up to 25. Broken back, ground ball. Booted by Espada. And Andujar has to get another bat. After you got called up to the big leagues for the first time, John, when did you feel comfortable?
It actually took me about 2 years, 2.5 years.
Really?
Yeah, because I was a backup player and was up and down for a couple of years. So I didn't feel like I belonged until I got called up in '92, traded to the Tigers, and in '95, I didn't feel like I was a big leaguer until halfway through '95.
What was your first game like?
My first game that I played was in the old Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, right when the Indians were starting with a young team, Kenny Lofton, and I caught Matt Young, who was a hard-throwing left-hander, who threw a no-hitter in that game, and we lost.
What a way to break in.
First at bat, I hit a double, so that was good. 6 stolen bases against me. Kenny Lofton had 4 of those.
So that was
bad.
Right.
And Matt Young threw a no-hitter, which you think would be good, but we lost the game, I think 3-2 or 2-1. A lot of walks, a lot of stolen bases, sac fly, ground ball.
Now, were the stolen bases, as you know, if you were talking to Montero today, were they Matt Young's fault?
Matt Young was not great at holding runners on. He actually couldn't throw the ball to first base. He didn't have a pickoff move. So he would stand off and kind of show the runner the baseball. That was his pickoff move. But no, to answer your question, the post-game interview wasn't that he was slow to the plate. It was I didn't get the job done throwing the runners out. You know what, the day that I believed that I was a big leaguer for good was when Kirk Gibson came up to me as I was walking out for batting practice in Detroit, and he made a very simple comment, which was, "You'll never look back, will you?" And I didn't quite understand what he was saying. And as we walked out on the field, he said, "You're a big leaguer now. You're never going to look back to the minor leagues." And
that must have been awesome.
It wasn't until that day that I walked out on the field and I'm like, wow, Kirk Gibson thinks I'm a big leaguer. I guess I am. And that was it. The rest was up in the big leagues.
Tyler Wade with a 2-1 count, and Andujar leads off first. There's a strike.
One thing I do like about these 2 young hitters, there's not a whole lot of movement, as Tyler's dad bearing down on his at-bats. You watch Andujar and he just kind of gets in the box, not a whole lot of wasted movement. And same thing with Tyler Wade. Very simple approach and has plenty of bat speed.
2-2, 3-2. Yankees up 8-2. Foul bat. You know, sometimes you see young players up there and they're kind of feeling for the baseball. He's taking aggressive hacks at the plate. Three-two. Another foul ball. Runner goes. Swing and a miss. Throw to second. A little bit too high, so a stolen base for Andujar. As Wade strikes out, first stolen base for Miguel in the big leagues.
He gets a decent jump, peeks in a little bit to see Tyler Wade swing through that fastball, throw up the line a little bit. First big league stolen base.
where the game has changed because you're up 8-2 in the 8th inning and somebody stole second base. I know your old manager, Sparky Anderson, wouldn't like it. But there's no such thing as a lead that's safe anymore, so you can't apply those rules. Popped up. Abreu makes the play for the second out. And that's going to bring up Brett Gardner. Last time up, RBI single to left for Gardner, so he's 1 for 3 with a walk and 2 runs scored. Tanaka started for the Yankees. He gave them 6, gave up 2 runs. Yankees scored 3 in the first and 5 in the 6th. Some of the highlights. Andujar, first 2 big league hits. Tyler Wade, his first big league hit. And the guy on deck, Aaron Judge, with another home run, is 27th of the year. Now the Yankees just trying to finish this up. And they would have taken 2 of the first 3 games of this series. Seems like a lot of Yankee fans have made their way down to the on-deck circle. Didn't see many White Sox fans there. A lot of Yankee hats behind Judge. Foul away. Yankee hat, Yankee hat, Yankee hat, Yankee hat, Yankee hat. A White Sox fan taking his picture. You know, a lot of players would always marvel, John, at what Derek Jeter was able to do in the on-deck circle, where he would talk and laugh with fans and still remain locked into the game.
Locked into the game, he was able to walk up to the batter's box and kind of get focused, but a lot of players aren't able to do that. You got to keep your game face on the whole time. And I was watching Aaron to see if he's really interacting with fans as he's paying attention to what Beck is throwing out there. Not a whole lot of interactions. There he goes. Just when I say that, he gives a fist pump. It'd be tough for Aaron, right? I mean, all the people who are fighting for his time, asking for interviews and autographs.
I really believe that Jason Zillo, head of media relations for the Yankees, and his staff, they've done a good job shielding him, where they're not saying yes to every single interview request. Just not. You know, his job is on the field. 2-2. Ground ball to second. Sanchez gets Gardner, and that'll do it here in the top of the 8th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. Going to the bottom of the 8th. Yankees up by 6. NYCFC is back on Yes tomorrow night. Catch all the action as David Villa leads City into battle against Minnesota United. Coverage starts at 7:30, presented by Etihad Airways, right here on Yes, and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. That looks like a ball that Aaron Judge might have launched up there during batting practice, but it's been there all game. Hyundai scoreboard 8-2. Yankees over the White Sox. So you're wondering, well, if NYCFC is on Yes, where are the Yankees tomorrow? Well, we'll be on Pix 11. And extra innings on Yes after the game. Chad Green got the final 2 outs of the 7th inning. He deals a strike to Davidson here in the bottom of the 8th. And Gary Sanchez wants to have a now, John, what could this be?
The first pitch fastball was 88 miles an hour from Chad Green, and that velocity is way down. That one right there was 91 with a little bit of a cut. I don't know if Gary's concerned about that or something with the signs. I'm confused, but the first pitch fastball at 88 got my attention. I mean, we're used to seeing Chad Green throw about 95.
That's 92.
A little better.
He is a starter by trade. And he said he's going to have to learn how to pitch in consecutive games. And so he's had 2 days off since his last appearance. And he strikes out Davidson on a 93-mile-an-hour pitch. So he struck out all 3 batters he's retired.
It's 93. It's got a little bit of cut on it. I saw Stevie Donahue kind of wandering around in the dugout, but it looks like Green is fine.
Tim Anderson takes the strike. Meredith, you You've heard that Green wants to go longer, right?
Well, I spoke to him the other day about pitching back-to-back days, and he said it's something that he thinks he could do. He said it's just a matter of time until the Yankees allow him to do so. He said early in the season, when he first started coming out of the bullpen, it did take his arm a little bit of time to bounce back. It would be several days. Now he feels like his arm bounces back much faster than it has before. But, guys, not a good sign here. Steve Donahue out with Larry Rothschild to talk to Chad Green.
Well, John spotted it first, and obviously that's the situation. Why are you throwing 92 when usually 97 out of the pen?
Looks like he's okay. I mean, he did throw 2 innings on Sunday. A couple of days off. I mean, that's what pitching coaches Larry Rothschild, that's what they do. They're paying attention to velocity, looking for anything that looks different as Tyler Webb starting to get loose. And you trust your pitcher. He says he's fine. You got to trust him.
Now, John, you think he'd be savvy enough to say, hey, I've got a 6-run lead. Well, what do I have to throw maximum effort for? Because when he starts, his fastball is usually around 92, 93. Yeah. Popped up right side. And Judge makes the play. So 2 down, and that'll bring up Omar Narvaez, the catcher. Oh, and 2. And the pitch. 1 and 2.
It's been a common theme in this ball game. Sanchez starting to block a little bit better the middle towards the end of the game. And again, just anticipating that breaking ball in the dirt.
Three and 2. Fly ball left center. Long run for Gardner. He makes the play in stride for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. Let's go to the 9th. Yankees lead this one 8-2 over Chicago.
Well, Aaron Judge has been responsible for a lot of these Land Rover drives of the game, and no different tonight. His 27th home run, a 2-run shot in the 6th inning, a big 6th inning for the Yankees. Aaron Judge with your Land Rover drive of the game.
27 homers and 62 runs batted in. And just like that, he's going to lead off. New right fielder is Alan Hansen, taking over for Avisail Garcia. And the new pitcher is Michael Inoue. This will be his 21st game. Far too many walks for 27 2/3 innings. So 41 base runners in that many innings, 21 strikeouts. Opponents at 226 against him. So Judge has now reached base safely in 30 straight games with a walk and a home run. Strike. Check this swing. 1-1. That seems to have been their game plan in these first 3 games. Get it in on his hands, but to get it in on his hands, he's so deep in the box. It's a ball, and he takes that pitch.
Yeah, he's disciplined enough. He doesn't swing at it, and I'd be leery throwing anything out over the plate. If you're a pitcher and you throw a fastball out over the plate and Aaron Judge hits a line drive right back up the middle, that is not going to be a pleasant thought. But a great look from behind. You see how far off of home plate he is. Looks for the ball out over the plate, gets great extension.
And another walk for Aaron Judge. John, I think that pitchers are actually getting relieved when they walk them. And that's where Sanchez could make them pay.
Inoue with too many walks. That ball up and in on Gary Sanchez, able to get out of the way.
Minnesota's beaten Boston 4-1. So if the Yankees hold on, they'll move back into first place. Rain starting to come down again. Judge leads off first, held by Abreu. Swing and a miss. Gary Sanchez is 0 for 5 tonight. Well, the Red Sox lost. The Yankees are half behind, and if they win, that will move them into first place by percentage points. They'll have fewer losses than the Red Sox. Rays hanging tough, Orioles and the Blue Jays. The whole American League East seems like a game of rock'em sock'em robots, where you knock one guy's block off, the other guy comes back, does the same thing to you. I think it's gonna be like that the whole year. Did you have rock'em sock'em robots?
I did.
John?
You're bringing back some good memories for me.
That was a great toy. That one is driven to right field. That ball is gone. A home run for Didi Gregorius. Just over the wall, a 2-run shot, and it's 10-2 Yanks.
Well, if you're Didi Gregorius, that's a way to salvage your ball game. 0 for 4 coming into this at bat. 1 for 5 sounds a whole lot better, especially with a 2-run home run, his 9th of the year. As that ball down and in, is able to keep it fair.
We told you that Hansen took over in right field for the White Sox. Just thought it was, let's give Garcia the rest of the night off, but now it's just announced that he left with a sore knee, sore left knee. White Sox pitchers have thrown 100. Let's see if I'm right here. 174 pitches. Wow.
A lot of them have been outside of the strike zone.
Like that. So Headley works his 3rd walk of the night. "86 balls they've thrown." A lot of people always like to blame hitting coaches if hitters don't hit, pitching coaches if pitchers don't pitch. But Don Cooper is considered an elite pitching coach in Major League Baseball. And if you don't have the arms, what are you going to do?
Well, throwing strikes is really a product of good mechanics, obviously. Able to repeat a delivery, but you also have to have the confidence that your stuff is good enough to throw it over the plate.
This game, without a rain delay, just a 9-inning game, is going to come close to a 4-hour game.
It was 5 minutes late, wasn't it?
That's true. I stand corrected. Two and two. Tomorrow, Luis Cessa against James Shields. in the 4-game series finale. Three and two. Not holding on Headley. 10-2 Yanks. And you got to give Hunter Wendelstedt credit. Continuing to call balls, and Don Cooper will go out.
See the look on his face. He wants to call strikes. It's just not giving him anything to work with.
I am a fan, John, of Commissioner Rob Manfred. I think he's really smart. I think he's forward thinking. And he's got a lot of work to do with this game the way it is right now. The pace is awful, which they've tried to cure with, you know, little band-aids, but, you know, eliminating the 4 balls for the intentional walk, that's not getting it done.
Right.
There has to be dramatic changes, and I think he's a smart enough guy and has surrounded himself with people who love the game, that something has to be done. And I think it's got to be significant.
Well, you do so many games. You come to the stadium thinking now 3:15, 3.5, right?
Easy.
Yeah.
And if it's anything less, and for those that are home, listen, I love doing the games. John loves doing the games. Yep. And you could have a 3-hour and 30-minute game that has pace and crispness and excitement. But, I mean, let's be honest, you're all nice enough to still be with us. This is a slog. This whole game has been a slog. And this isn't an isolated incident. Yankees have played 25 games in June, and only 4 of them have been under 3 hours. And if a game is played crisply and with pace, it shouldn't be over 3 hours. And mix a little rain in and stir it around. There's a strike to Andujar and count 1 and 2. Nice first game for Miguel. 2 for 3, a walk. 2 runs batted in, a stolen base, filling a lot of columns.
Michael, you watch him in the box. There is not a look of I don't belong here or I'm nervous. I mean, he steps in a batter's box. It looks like he's ready to do some damage. We saw that in spring training.
That one gets through Narvaez, and the runners move up.
He gets the glove down, but then he picks it up a little bit. Ball gets right by him.
Scored a wild pitch. Two. Still 2 and 2. Dan Jennings is up. Driven deep to center field. Going back angle, still back, turning, looking, and it's off the base of the wall. 2 more runs score. A 4 ribby night for Miguel Andujar in his first big league game, and the Yankees lead 12-2. Nice way to break in.
Yeah, we saw it in spring training. He has the ability to put the barrel on the ball. Pitch elevated and just great extension too. I mean, he's got plenty of bat speed, good extension through the zone. Hammers this ball to center field. No big deal. 3 hits in my debut, 4 RBIs.
Just 22 years old. There's Joe McEwing, so it's time for pitching change. Tyler Wade, lefty swinging rookie, is coming up, so they'll go to Dan Jennings, the left-hander, in the bullpen.
Take a look at some of his swings here. The replay, pitch up, and I just love the extension through the zone, the big finish, and the ball jumps off of his bat. Only 22 years old, he's going to fill out and develop some more power, but with a swing like that and that type of bat speed, doubles are going to turn into home runs sooner rather than later.
And all the kids, they're doing it together. Must be so neat. Last year, they're all in the minor leagues. And here they are playing for the New York Yankees. Still 1 out. And here's Jennings against Wade. 37th game for Jennings. Past Jennings and fielded by Anderson, and he just gets Wade hustling down the line for the 2nd out. Moving to 3rd is Andujar.
Well, Tyler Wade's going to be able to bring this skill to the ballpark every day. He flies down the line. 24 stolen bases in AAA. Well, the infielders in the American League and all of baseball are going to pay attention to Tyler Wade getting down the line.
According to James Smythe, in the live ball era, which begins in 1920, Miguel Andujar is the first Yankee to have 3 hits and 4 RBIs in his first game. 1-1 on Torres. And I don't know if you've heard, but the Yankees have had some pretty good players.
Not bad.
Grounded to Anderson, and that will do it. But the Yankees had 4 more runs Gregorius' home run and a 2-run double by Andujar. The final out for the WB Mason postgame and get highlights, analysis, and reaction from the clubhouse. Plus, see what Joe Girardi has to say on the manager's report. That's all coming up only on Yes. What a nice smile on Miguel Andujar. And he has a lot to smile about. What a major league debut. Now, how's this for interesting, John? Because we deal in interesting here. Connor Foley, you see Tyler Webb will try to get the final 3 outs, covers the Scranton-Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders for the Scranton Times-Tribune. And they played a doubleheader today. And Dustin Fowler didn't play either of the games. So Connor Foley asked Al Padrique, the manager, no Fowler both games. Anything wrong with him? He said, no, he's fine. That's something that is out of my hands. So we'll figure out what's going to happen tomorrow.
Whoa.
Maybe
we know Tyler Austin's hamstring is barking a little bit.
Tyler Webb deals to Engel, who swings and tips it into the glove of Sanchez. There's Tyler Austin, who's been bothered by a hamstring. Count 1-2. Two. High fly ball left field. Wade backing up on the track at the wall. See ya. A home run for Engel. And the Yankees lead is now cut to 9.
Take a look at the pitch. Looked like something off speed that just spins middle. Engel is known for his speed more than his power. Second home run of the year for him.
Double, a home run, a walk, and reached on an E7. And there's a strike to Sanchez. 1-2 on Sanchez. Swing and a miss. It gets away from Sanchez. He scrambles after it and throws to Romine for the putout. So strikeout, putout, 2-3. And a pinch hitter, it's going to be Willie Garcia for Miguel Cabrera. Pitch is low. Still raining here in Chicago. Melky was 2 for 4 while he was in there last time up. Right in the 5th inning, he had a 2-run single. Then he struck out his last time up. Big cut by Garcia, 2-1. Chases a pitch up in the zone, 92-mile-an-hour fastball. 2-2.
Looks like Tyler Webb has a little deception with that fastball, 91-92, but going to buy some of these White Sox hitters.
Calling it straight. Hunter Wendelstedt. Ground ball to Didi. Tough hop, he stays with it. And the Yankees are 1 out away. Now, we told you that Andujar set the record for a rookie in his, obviously you have to be a rookie to be in your first game, with 4 ribbies. The previous record was 3 ribbies held by 2 men. Marv Throneberry in 1955 had 3, and Billy Martin in 1950 had 3. So before Marvelous Marv got to the expansion Mets, he played for the Yankees. And that's according to the Yankee PR department. And the White Sox are down to their final strike. One and 2 on Abreu. Abreu's working on an 0 for 4 tonight. Andujar is going to have a hard time sleeping tonight. The excitement of your major league debut and excelling in that debut. 1-2. Still 1 and 2. 2-2. Yankees lead. Tanaka will pick up the victory. Home run for Judge, home run for Gregorius, big night for Andujar. And the night is over as the Yankees win 12-3. Abreu strikes out in the ninth, 1 run, 1 hit, and nobody left on base. So Tyler Webb closes it out. Tyler Wade, Aaron Judge, and Brett Gardner celebrate, and the Yankees have taken the first, or 2 of the first 3 games of this 4-game set. So Andujar is going to have to explain, how'd you do it? You were in AAA yesterday, you get called up and you own a big league game. I'm sure he's going to have great answers to that. All right, we're still coming back. We're not going anywhere. I want you to stay right where you are. You've stayed this long. And now what's going to happen, Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry are going to set the table for the rest of the night, just for you, guys.